Porsche's just took a concept and they just continually refined it and just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive.
Willow Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100+ miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, it's really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Welcome to Willow Springs Raceway for the site of another round of the Porsche Owners Club Championship. Last time out, we saw some great racing. What will we see this week as the stars and cars of the Porsche Owners Club take to the track in what is rapidly evolving to be a track that is changing with the new ownership? We're seeing lots of great changes here in and around the circuit. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're watching the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel. My name is Jeremy Scott as we are set for Orange Cup qualifying as the crews are getting out for the first half of the session. Again, if you're new to Porsche Owners Club, it is a split qualifying session, so half the field goes in one, the other half goes in the other, as we will get you the cars that are out there right now. Spec Boxer, for the most part, is the field that is out there. That is the predominant field here in the Porsche Owners Club when it comes to the lower horsepower Orange Cup. Let's go to the qualifying grid. In Q1 will be Alex Maslow, Brian Allen, Nick Hilwani, Adam Abrams, Gil Briganti, Karen Robinson, Kunal Hinduja, Alicia Ray, Bob Chang, Ted Fretch, and Randy Bergam, I should say. So we've got like all but two of the first halves are Spec Boxsters. Of course, drivers getting their first laps out of the way. We'll get to hot laps here in just a little bit It will be about a 15-minute session or so as they work their way around the final corner. There's the pit entry. Of course, as you remember, last time we were here in May, we had some great racing, especially in this Orange Cup, where the battles were all around it, went all the way down to the final corner. Track here in Rosamond, California, famous out west, especially. A lot of movie shots are done there, and it's been a great racetrack over the years, and it's great to see with the new ownership in place that they are making improvements. We did see on one of the other circuits that they basically they're trying to make this into such a bigger track. Attract more and more race series to come out there and improve the FIA grade standing as well. So, you can attract your IMSAs, your Indy cars, your SROs, series like that. Opened up for the first time in November of 1953. It's the oldest continuously operating road course in North America, and times are coming across the line. Byron Allen, your fastest right now in the 777 with a 36.125. 36.125 out of Allen in the 777. Is Nick Killarney. Killarney, your race winner last time out, goes to the top. 35.110, the 227. Actually, a race winner at Buttonwell, I should say. Chuck Waller with the second place, his best showing in race number 1. Of course, the Orange Group class will run 3 races this weekend, 2 today, 1 tomorrow. We'll also have the Red Cup for the Ground Pounders. They'll be out a little bit later on. They'll run 1 race today, 1 race tomorrow. Lots of nuances here about Porsche Owners Club, so we'll get those for you throughout the rest of the days. You see the downhill coming around out of turn number 5. Now they'll set up for one of my favorite runs in all of POC outside of the next race round, which we'll talk about that throughout the weekend. We're really excited after we get done with our summer break to head to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Don't forget, you can register for that right now if you're interested. Log on to PorscheClub.com for more information how to register, whether you want to do, if you just want to lap the track, you want to do time trials, or join for wheel-to-wheel racing. It'll be a lot of fun. Fastest in GT5, Gene Scarcello with a 35.457. Bergram a little slow, about a 46.087 as he'll come across the line here shortly. Let's see what the rest of the field has. David Gold goes to second in Spec Boxer with a 35.389. Abrams across the line, not improving upon his time with a 38.112 last time by. 35.396 is the name of the game for Abrams. Of course, up and over the Budweiser observation tower going through turn number 4. You see how close these quarter marshals are in absolutely beautiful conditions. Of course, once again, typical for this time of year out at Willow Springs. It's windy, to say the least. So we'll do our best with the cameras. I know they're going to shake, rattle, and roll, but hopefully we'll get you the best that we can out there. Killarney drops his best time with a 34.154. 34.154 out of the 227 of Nick Killarney. That is the time to be. And of course, we still have the second half of qualifying to go, but looks like a pretty good time at the top. Last I checked, we were at 27 cars that were entered in the orange class, of course, with the addition of Byron Allen, and I believe we got one more. We're trying to get a transponder number, transponder data off of it we could be up to about 29, maybe 30 cars. Kilani, again, fastest time, but Byron Allen with a 35.240. Kilani drops his fast time to a 33.577. So great running out of the 227. Looking online, it looks like 27 entered before they got to the track. So got a handful of cars that have entered after they showed up. Your top five look like this. Jane Scarcello to the top of the 33.522 in her number 866 Miata. Kilani 0.055 seconds behind with a 33.577. Abrams second quick spec boxer. Then it's Allen, Gold, and Karen Robinson making her way into the top five so far in this qualifying session with a 35.625. So far, so good. I think that these tires are probably going to even off. Of course, you know, the spec boxsters, you're running one set of tires all weekend long, so don't want to do too much. Bergstrom comes across the line, 44.552 out of the GT7 competitor, as everybody kind of running their the running times. So we'll say that. I think the fast times, for the most part, are pretty much done and dusted. This is just an extra practice for a lot of these drivers as we get set for race number one later on this afternoon. It's going to be right at noon Pacific. We'll have race number one. It'll be 12 laps on the full circuit as you see Karen Robinson trying to get out there and get a good lap time in her number 346 racing to end Alzheimer's spec boxster. Being passed by Jane Scarcello in the 866. I think I did my math correctly that with the addition of if Jane's here, I would imagine that the doc is here as well. So that would bring the field up to 30 with the addition of at least Byron Allen and our we'll call him the Stig. She's got another Stig out there. 36.1 for one of them in 8th place. 36.472 in the other. So hopefully we'll get those straightened out by the time we get ready for racing at high noon here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel. Of course, don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe so you can get all the wheel-to-wheel action throughout the season all up and down the West Coast. We've got one of the cars coming. And of course, I'm getting word that, yeah, the numbers are pretty light up and down the paddock. We'll talk more about what's going on in the Rob Walker camp because there's some very fast cars that are not going to be in this field today. And that kind of confirms it through my notes as well. I was hoping to see we'd have some late entries, but with this time of year with college and high school graduations, it's just tough for some of these guys to, make each and every race. So we'll see how that plays out throughout the year once the championship gets going. But we do have one star at least out of the Rob Walker camp. Still no change amongst your top runners. Nick Kilani, though, is able to eke out a little bit faster lap, 33.561 out of the 227. Byron Allen with a 34.068. You also have Alex Maslov with a 34.080. I have a feeling that well, of course, the checker flag will come out here shortly in this session, and we will see what Group 2 has to offer. As you see them gritting up on the cold side of pit road. View from our turn 3 camera right off of the Budweiser observation deck. Just a couple cars left with a couple of minutes left in this qualifying session. Bergram goes faster in GT7, the 44.116. Bob Chang also coming out with a 36.489. There's at least one of the 944s. I think it's gonna be a little bit of monkey see, monkey do here as almost everybody coming into the pits off of the final turn. So great time to get out and everybody deciding that it's their time to come in as we are just about set to release cars for the second half of qualifying. And indeed, we are on the second half of qualifying. John Momeyer is out there. He'll be one of 2 onboard cameras that we have for this racing session as the crew, they go around for qualifying for this first race. In this grid will be a couple of their drivers. We have Aspasia Zuris, Carl Vandershoot, Rob Walker, Nigel Maymet, Chris McDuff, Ryan Moore, Larry Haas, John Momeyer, Brandon Meyer Kovac, John Krylo, Andrew Wayman, and Vivek Hazari. Now, the story out of the Rob Walker camp is it's only Rob this weekend. Well, and that's a great thing because Rob is coming off a fantastic win in the Masters class in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America at the Long Beach Grand Prix for basically an IMSA. So great to see that he was able to get that done for Jared Thomas Engineering and really show up on a street course. So congratulations, Rob Walker. But Jack Carnevale and Jack Carnevale, I should say, and Marie Wonderly not present. So those are 2 fast drivers that basically Rob won't have to worry about too much. Granted, they're his teammates, but either way, it's going to be a very interesting next couple of rounds here as the cars are coming across the course for their first hot laps. We'll get those underway. Spacey Azuris, the first car across the line. Rob Walker in that lovely Herbie the Love Bug livery that he runs all across the spectrum. Through turn 5. Let's hang on board for a lap with Rob and kind of watch the master at work. So you see how well that he's kind of handling traffic all by himself, and once again he's just what is there left to say right now, as he has a decent gap right now between second and third, but look at the top. Nigel Maidment, 31.441. We'll see how long that lasts as he comes around that final corner. It's the sweeper, and then it sets you up for that tight right-hander at turn number 9. I say tight, but you're still on the loud pedal. Coming down onto the front straightaway, as we'll see what he does. 31.76 is his last time by, as he gets a 31.73. However, Aspasia Zouris, your fastest right now overall and in GT5, 31.035. Nigel Maidment not able to capitalize upon his spec boxer leading 31.441. He's about half a second off of that time. So plenty of great racing here as we work our way through the qualifying session. And of course, it'll be interesting to see what happens during this 12-lap feature. Of course, the field will be split regardless. So we're not going to put Zouris ahead of the spec boxers. That's just asking for all sorts of trouble, because you know, here's the thing: you've got a new driver in McDuff who's coming through. Ryan Moore really looking pretty good in that 917 Golf liveried Boxster. And you got Jane Scarcello. She'll be mixing it up all throughout the field as well. So lots of great storylines here as we work our way through the end of qualifying. And we'll have a little bit of time to kind of catch our breath and get some time in us. But John Momeyer right now, fastest in spec, 2.7, 34.622. Rough going last time out at Chuck Wall. He's really trying to hope to stop the Vivek Azari train. He's won everything so far this season in his 152 spec 2.7. That's a little wide by one of the blue Caymans, and that's spec boxers, I should say. Going to be Alicia Reyes. She's already logged in time, but either way, still looking pretty good. Maidment across the line. Yeah, he's across the line, kind of slowing down and getting set for one final run to extend his pole. Rob Walker, 31.669 is his fastest time so far, as he clocks that just now. I'm feeling that some drivers will be coming in, others will be trying to get some faster times. Vivek Azari closes in ever so slightly on John Momeyer, but 34.905 is the best that he can do right now. Of course, Momeyer just coming into the pit, so one of those drivers getting a couple of laps and deciding that, you know what, I don't need to tear up my equipment, need to save my tires throughout the day. Brandon Meyer Kovac, your just got a faster time with a 34.469. So great to see the 318 work his way up to the top. That was a car that we saw. No, it wasn't one of the two cars that we saw go live. Brandon Meyer looking pretty good. Trying to see if Walker can go any faster, though. I think a 31.669 might be all that he can muster, and that would give the pole to Nigel Maidment. Yeah, he's in the pits. So Walker, the best that he could do is a 31.669. It's going to be a fun race between Maidment and Walker. We know how good Maidment did last time out. Here he comes down the line. Again, he's looking at 38.594 this last time by, who slowed up a little bit by one of the cars coming in the pits, 32.018. Not much time left in this qualifying session, so let's see what Mr. Maidment can do, as everybody is chasing him in spec Boxster around that first corner. And Ryan Moore runs his fastest lap of the session with a 32.276. He's got to gain a good amount of time to try and get up to the top and pass Maidment, but he's still probably pretty eligible for a good podium finish, as Chris McDuff sitting third right now. Ryan Moore, best finish he has so far is second at the third Button Willow race. He hasn't finished outside the top 7. He did get DQ'd at the second round at Chuck Walla last time out, but he's showing pretty well so far this season. The NASA ST5 Super Spec Cup Miata driver has plenty of racing experience all up and down the West Coast and lots of different forms of racing. see if Maidment's going to stay out. He's hustling around that final corner. Actually, he's going to come in. So as of now, Nigel Maidment is your fastest qualifier with a 31.441. And let's see what Moore does across the line as he passes pit in that 9:17, and he comes across line 33.856. Not going to make it any better so far. So Maidment and Walker provisionally your front row starters for Spec Boxster, as Moore might be done. The best he can do this session is a 32.276. Couple of new names looking pretty good here so far in Porsche Owners Club this season. Chris McDuff with third quick in Spec Boxer class, fourth overall. And then you got Byron Allen, seventh quick in Spec Boxer with a 34.068. Ninth overall. John Momeyer still fastest in Spec 2.7 with a 34.622. As Aspasia Zoris comes in, and that is a 31.035, fastest for the session, fastest in GT5, so already looking pretty good so far this for the first race in just about an hour and a half's time, so that's always good to see, as we've got at least one, maybe two cars still out there on the circuit trying to get some more lap times. But for the most part, that's going to do it for this qualifying session. We'll see what happens here, as 28 cars will enter the, actually there's another one coming up through Budweiser. But 20 cars will answer the call for today's race at noon. Yeah, for some reason it's not showing Karen Robinson's time, but we'll get more for you here in just a bit. I think I saw Ryan Moore back out trying to best his time. He gets down to a 32.276 in lap 5. And I think that that's going to do it for this session. We see Jack Flag will come out here in just a little while. By the way, I did see one of the quarter marshals clap that car that was coming around. Ted Fretch across the line, 41.345 is his best time in the number 22. So he will get ahead of Bergram there for 44.116 is what the 713 is running. Let's see if Ryan Moore is back out or if he's gone into the pits. I haven't seen I nor ear. I know he was a little bit further behind, but he might be deciding to call it a session here, as his best time at 32.276. Really, that was a good improvement from him as well. The second lap, the most recent lap of 32.441, only about 0.2 of a second off, as Fretch goes around once again through turn number 3 for qualifying here as we try and see the starters. Another session is about ready to get started here at Willow Springs. If you're tuning in wondering, well, when are we going to see the ground pounders? Well, they don't get qualifying until 10:35. So after our first race, they've already warmed up. So the red the red group is actually the second warm up. I'm sorry. Their qualifying will be after ours, and I think that that's going to be them out there for their warm up session, which we will step aside for that. Don't forget, you can check timing and scoring at any point during the weekend by checking on a race monitor and clicking on the POC item. And that's going to do it for qualifying, as French is going to head into the pits. So, an interesting session thus far, and Rob Walker in unfamiliar territory, not on the pole. We'll see how that works out for this race. Coming up next, so we will have racing for the Orange Group at high noon here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it, just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you got.
Willow Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100+ miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, really reward it.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend. You go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Oh, it's about time to get started. Our first race of the weekend, the first of two orange races that we will have on the docket for today, as we're set for 12 laps of action at Willow Springs International Raceway. Hi everybody, I'm Jeremy Scott. Great to have you with us once again on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel. As you see, the Spec Boxsters are getting set for their grid position for today's race. It's going to be quite interesting to see these guys go out and qualify and get a first race in before the red cars get out there for their qualifying session. Of course, they had their warm-up session just after their last qualifying session, but for the most part, we are just about set to get things underway, as we've got a good amount of cards. Seeing about 24 at least entered into the grid's position here. Actually 26, as we've added a couple of interesting cars. We're gonna have two different splits. We'll go through the grid here in just a little bit. Of course, so we've got session out right now, so we'll let them get out, and that's actually going to be the time trial. The green open passing runs their first timed run of the day. Right now, Mark Berry, your fastest overall and in GT1 with a 25.491. That's one thing I do love. I do love time trials because you're not competing against anybody, obviously, but you're still competing against yourselves, which are actually it's fantastic to see nonetheless. But that's the gateway. I was like jokingly called the gateway drug into actual real wheel-to-wheel racing. And of course, over the past couple of weekends, we have seen drivers come from time trial into the wheel-to-wheel aspect of it all. So that's going to make things pretty cool to see who comes up. I know I see at least one competitor who's running time trials this weekend doing double duty for the first time really all season long. There's your one of your faster guys, Rob Walker, sitting up there. We go around the track and you get to see the elevation changes here at Willow Springs, a very, very historic, very fantastic facility. If you get a chance to come out, definitely check it out, because they're doing a lot of cool things to really improve the facility. Of course, lots of great elevation changes here as time trials is over. We'll get cars onto the course as we get set for the first of 3 races this weekend for the orange class. First of 3 races of the day here in Porsche Owners Challenge. Love this turn 8 camera. You get to see him come down from turn 5 all the way over through 8, and you can see all the great action. We should have a couple of onboard cameras for this race as well, and there's one of them. There's John Momeyer making his way through the grid, to the grid I should say, and you see the action in the paddock right close to the racetrack. So Rob Walker Racing, there he is with a couple of HPDE cars, or as they call it here, they call it PDS. There's Ryan Moore. Looks like a nice orange inside there, so we'll have more one of your onboard cameras, see what he can do coming up through the field. He had a great qualifying session. We'll touch on that in just a little bit. And of course, following this race, on track, we'll have lunch, and then we'll come back around 1 o'clock for the start of the red group qualifying. It'll be split qualifying as well. 2:30 Pacific will be the time for the first and only orange race of the day, first orange race of the weekend. And we round out the day right around 3:20 for the final race of the day. It will be the red group for their second race. Live action here at Willow Springs and online on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel. Of course, you couldn't do this without our fine sponsors. They'll be scrolling through the top of the screen throughout. I want to thank each and every one of them for being a part of this race broadcast. Again, 12 laps are on the docket as we are just about set to release cars, and there we go. Let's take a look at our starting field as we see them. It'll be the first wave. You'll see right there the spec Boxsters. It'll be Nigel Nament in row 1 alongside Rob Walker. Chris McDuff rolls off from the second row with Ryan Moore alongside the 732 and the 917. Row 3, John Krylo and Nick Killarney and the 227. Row 4, the 777 Byron Allen and Alex Masloff. Row 5, Branimir Kovac and Larry Haas. Then you've got the 704 of Adam Abrams and Andrew Wayman in row 6. Row 7 is David Gold, the 591, and Karen Robinson in the 346. If you take a look at row 8, it's Brian O'Meara and Kunal Hinduja. Row 9, Mike Porteous and Bob Chang. 918 is the number of Mike this weekend. Alicia Ray and Gil Briganti make up row 10. Alicia in the 834, the 700 of Gil Briganti. That rounds out your spec boxer field. Joining this wave will be the GT7 field of Ted Fretch and Randy Bergram. A little bit of a gap for the GT5 in spec 2.7. Aspasia Zoris and James Scarillo will be making up the front row of the second wave, and John Momeyer in the 6th. Vivek Hazari, the 152, make up the spec 2.7. So once we get down the back straightaway-ish, coming off of turn number 6, we'll start to see the field string up. Of course, Monroe Ridge, and then Wings Leg, the sweeper, all that will definitely be parts of this lap. As we're just about set to get going, there you go. There's your spec boxer field making their way in single file formation. As you see the pole sitter, it's not Rob Walker, it's Nigel Maidment, who got the pole by just a couple tenths of a second over Rob Walker. And Chris McDuff and Ryan Moore, that's some good qualifying there. Out of the two of them, you're on board with Ryan Moore, the 917, as he gets set for the first of 3 races this weekend, the first of 2 on the day. Coming around that final corner for the final time at pace car speed. They're slowly making their way through turn number 9. As you see the double yellow flags, meaning that we are under full course yellow, so no passing, but the field looks pretty good. They're coming off of turn number 9. Down the straightaway they'll come for the first time, and it will be Nigel Maidment and Rob Walker on the front row. Maidment will have the green flag as they work their way down the straightaway. Glad to have you with us here at Willow Springs International Raceway for Porsche Owners Club Racing. It starts now as the field is green flag coming down the straightaway for the first time. And what a good start that we have already as Maidment actually slowly making its way through. Green flag is out. Rob Walker, no surprise here, gets a good jump across the line, and he's going to bring Ryan Moore with him, and we'll see if Moore can keep that second place. No, coming to the outside, I believe that's Kilwani, the 227, as the field works their way around turn number 2. It's Rob Walker opening up a world of hurt already with Ryan Moore sitting there in second place. They're jostling for position right behind him, and you see, looks like Chris McDuff making his way into third, Nick Kilwani up to 4th. So from 5th on back, though, there's lots of side-by-side racing action. And to the inside of Moore is McDuff. You saw that there around turn number 3 as they'll set themselves up for turn number 5. Side-by-side action for the second place. There goes McDuff, so he makes his way up through the field into second place. Let's see if he can chase down the ever-fast Rob Walker. Of course, we know that's easier said than done. Maidment, though, falls back into about 5th place as they work their way out of turn number 5. They'll see him come down that long straightaway-ish, we'll say, for the most part. And Walker, I would say it's a good 10 car lengths already that the 53 has made his way down off of turn number 8 and now through 9. And lap number 1 will be in the books with Rob Walker, your leader so far. But as he's in a different zip code at this point, it's going to be Walker ahead of McDuff, 1 and 2. We'll see what the gap is at the line, and it's already 1.7 seconds as Walker lays down a 34.383. McDuff with a 36.084. Still plenty of time to see if these two, actually the battle for second place heats up as Moore tries to go around the inside through turn 1. He's going to go around the outside. One car spun off. That's a huge incident over there, and that's going to be, it looks like Kovac was the one who spun off in turn number 2. You don't normally see cars go to the inside there, and he's going to try and get it going, but Branimir Kovac with a little bit of an incident as he gets that car backed up, and we'll see him try and get back onto the circuit here. But already it looks like that now McDuff has is gotten ahead. McDuff, I said 2.2 seconds. That's a Walker, 2 seconds faster than McDuff, but Moore trying to close there. I think McDuff has finally found that extra gear that he absolutely wanted. Maidment knocking out the door of the podium for 4th place, and Kilhani up to 5th. Lots of great racing here as everybody kind of sorting themselves out, single files. They'll come around that final corner once again. Watch the different lines throughout the race here and see who has, you know, it's not necessarily who has the better line, it's who can capitalize better off of that final corner. As Walker and McDuff still 1 and 2. Ryan Moore not too far away in that 3rd spot as Nigel Maidment sits there in 4th, Kilwani in 5th. Your other class leaders look like this Porteous. As we scroll down, it's Ted Fretch in GT7, Zoris in GT5, and Momeyer still holding on to about a second lead over Vivek Hazari. So could we see Momeyer at the top of the Spec 2.7 ranks? A long way to go as Passia Zoris gets up to the fastest lap of the race with a 31.737. First race for them here at Willow Springs this season. Saw David Gold over there as well, making his way through turn number 3. And I've got to say this, McDuff has opened up a bigger gap between he and Ryan Moore, but Maidmet, your pole sitter, trying to close in on that third spot. Kilani opening up a bigger gap between Krylo, Haas, and Maslov. That right there is the battle for 6th place. And then you got to go a little ways back to the Robinson-O'Meara battle for 14th. So everything kind of staying steady for the time being. Walker just doing what he can, hitting his marks and getting everything under control, as you see that Krylo and Haas have really opened up a bigger gap between them and Maslov. So Maslov trying to do what he can to stay there in 8th place. O'Meara looking to the inside of Robinson coming off the final corner, but Robinson's so far able to hold off O'Meara as Mike Porteous climbing up through the ranks. It's just Kunal Hinduja sitting back there in the 813. There we go, in the gray, silver, and black in number 813. Oh, nice little pass there as Maslov tried to get around Haas for that 7th spot. Krylo opening up a little bit bigger gap, and they're now nose to tail coming off of turn number 5. And let's see what Maslov has for Haas's coming up and down through the roller coaster section. You see behind them as well, it's Adam Abrams and Byron Allen in the 777. That's your battle for 9th place. Is David Cole too far away to try and enter himself in the battle for the time being? But the more that those two race, I think you're going to see that gap shrink. Behind Gold is the Porteous O'Meara battle. 0.8 of a second last time by, and O'Meara trying to do what he can to get on the outside. They're not going to make the pass happen because Porteous is able to easily keep that up in line. While the battle up front has kind of died down, we've got a lot of great battles all throughout the field, as everybody trying to find somebody to race with 8 laps to go. By the way, the gap between Walker and McDuff now 3.6 seconds. Maidmet has made his way into 3rd place over Ryan Moore for the time being. We'll see how long that battle lasts, as still got plenty of time left to go. You're on board with Moore, and you see he's closing in on Maidmet through the turn 2 section. Let's stay on board here for a bit. I love seeing, through this section. It's got to be one of my favorite sections in all of Willow Springs. You see climb to the top of the section. They just fall off right there off of the Budweiser patio. It's all back downhill till you get to the start-finish line and make your way into turn number 1. So around turn number 7 right there. Hit the brakes for turn number 8. Maidmet, not sure what happened to him at the start, but falling off the back. That's kind of rough right there, especially when you have a pole ahead of Rob Walker. We all know how that's just easier said than done throughout this race. Little bit of a dust up. You're going to see that here at here, especially with the out west, but around turn number 2, Still working their way around once again. 4 seconds separates Walker from McDuff. As this battle for third, though, really heating up between Maidment and Moore as they come up through turn number 4 once again, down into 5. We're lucky that we're at the point where we can see, we can kind of still see Rob Walker in some of these battles. There's McDuff, Maidment, Moore sitting back there second, third, and fourth. Gilani in a race of his own right now, but this battle here that we were watching, also with Krylo, Haas, and Maslov, that's fallen off just a little bit now. Byron Allen losing ground to the battle ahead of him, but he is losing Adam Abrams. Lap after lap, 2.5 seconds separates the two of them. I'm trying to find a good battle. Still got this Porteous O'Meara battle for 12th place, which is quite nice. About a half second separates the two of them. Of course, you got Alicia Ray and Gil Briganti, who are a half second apart as well. Let's see, as Kovac actually just pulled off after that lap 2 incident, so he is done for the day. Let's go on, see if we can go on board with John Momeyer, as right now he is leading Spec 2.7, and looking out at the back, you can kind of see Vivek Azari in the distance, but it's about a 5-second gap between the two of them last time by. We'll see what it is this time by, as he was about 1.2 seconds behind Andrew Wayman, the last running car in Spec Boxer. Let's see here at the line. There's got to be Wayman right there in crossing the line. Indeed it is. So Momeyer is about, not sure what he is, but let's see here. As Momeyer's actually gotten around Wayman, so that's Bob Chang, as Wayman is falling back through the field as well. Not sure what's going on with Wayman, but Hazari has crossed the line. We'll find out, but either way, good day for the president as he makes his way at least one more position on the field, closing in and starting to make his way through the Spec 2.7 field. He's gotten around Wayman. Now he's trying to close in on Bob Chang in the 727. As there's Wayman. So Wayman sitting back there in position. That's Momeyer going around, and indeed it is. Momeyer able to get one more position on the field, as that Spec 2.7 battle is it's gradually increasing. Of course, now he's got to catch up to the Ray Briganti battle, which we saw just up ahead coming through turn number 1. I believe is going to be where they're going to be here in just a little bit, and there they are too. That's actually a whole pack of cars. This is absolutely fantastic. Let's follow them around. I do believe that this is going to be the O'Meara Porteous battle with and we got a yellow over there in turn number 2. Not sure what that's about, but yes, the O'Meara Porteous Robinson battles. Robinson holding off Zoris, and I think Duja's back there too. Scarcello's there. So you've got 6 really good cars right here in battle. Granted, most of them are not going to be for position, as you see Hinduja trying to go around the outside of his Spec Boxer compatriot Karen Robinson, as Zoris now trying to work their way around the Spec Boxer field through turn number 5, and they'll work their way down the back straightaway. Ooh, nice battle here as well between Ray and Briganti. Briganti in that, I'm going to call it the Van Halen, Eddie Van Halen like paint scheme here. Or some more that Zoris gets around these cars, the more that Scarcello will have to do the same. Gene trying to get around the 346 of Karen Robinson, and does across the line. Now has about 2 seconds to catch up to Mike Porteous. But here's the thing, you got Zoris running a 35.09. They're both running 35, so it's kind of tough, especially when there's 0.3 of a second separating the two drivers on lap time. You see right there, Zoris working their way through traffic, trying to get around Brian O'Meara in the 184. You still got Ray Abergenti battling for position now. Zoris is in that blue and orange number 216 in GT5. So Zoris finally clears the traffic, but Scarcello still has Porteous and O'Meara ahead of her. So with about 4 laps to go, 3 at the line, which should be any moment now, that battle is going to be quite interesting. But I think as long as Zoris still keeps hitting their marks, it's going to be, it's not going to be that much of an issue. Let's see if we can find the battle for second place between McDuff and Maidment, as Maidment is caught up to McDuff, and it's going to be the 732 white and the 7.5 green as we're working 3 laps to go. I bet you Ryan Moore, the 917, would have a good view of that, as you see the times there at the bottom. And yeah, that's man, the gap is just closed down ever so incrementally each and every lap. It was 2 seconds gap between the second and third place drivers, and Maidment methodically has clawed his way up to the back bumper of Chris McDuff. And it looks like there's the battle right there. And Maidment has actually gotten ahead of there's Ryan Moore. So yeah, Maidment has gotten ahead of Chris McDuff, that second spot, as we saw coming down off of 6, 7, and 8. And for now, Maidment is in second place, but how much longer? They all have got to work their way through traffic, to say the least, but it looks like that McDuff has finally closed in on the 732 as they work their way down the straightaway. 2 laps to go, so not much time for McDuff to make something happen. You have a couple of good passing opportunities as they're heading into turn 1. Now it's going to be through turn 2 in just a little bit of time, as we see about 2 car lengths separate Maidment from McDuff around turn number 2. Walker's just in a different time zone at this point. No surprise here. There's Walker coming around turn 3. And there's your second place battle right there, Maidment and McDuff, as McDuff about 1 to 2 car lengths. So great catch up for Maidment, as he lost 3 spots on that start. Not sure what happened, but he's trying to make his way up. It's obviously too late unless something happens to Walker, which we know is chances of that happening are slim and none. But Maidment looking pretty good for a second place finish here today in race number 1. Of course, they will have their second race a little bit later on today. For those of you who will be standing by, it'll be a 2:30 Pacific green release time, so 12 laps on the docket there. But Rob Walker will be coming across the line here shortly. White flag will be out, 1 lap to go for the field. Does McDuff have enough for Maidment, or can he hold off the 732? Oh, I'll tell you what, looks like McDuff has been really closing in on that 705. It's now down to 1 car length through turn number 2. We'll see how it looks coming out of turn number 2, and McDuff just closing in ever so slightly. He's got the hook out. The line is getting pulled in. Will the sinker happen? Well, we'll find out. There's your leader, Rob Walker, at the line. It was 7.8 seconds, actually 8.2 seconds separating Walker from Maidment, but Maidment doing all he can to make sure that McDuff doesn't get around. Of course, if McDuff gets around or gets any more racing, well, let's get enter into conversation. The 917 of Ryan Moore. Down through turn number 5 they come for the final time today in race 1. as Maidman looks like he's going to have a good stranglehold on that second place. As you saw, Rob Walker with a commanding lead coming out of turn number 8. And it's only going to grow by the second. The 53 of Rob Walker, your race winner in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America Masters race at the Grand Prix of Long Beach. Makes it another winning race here at Willow Springs. Checker flag is out. Rob Walker's your winner, and Nigel Maymet will come across the final corner down the straightaway, and he will finish second after running on the pole. Chris McDuff third, Ryan Moore fourth. We got to wait a little bit for Nick Killarney, but this battle here, not much of a battle really for Spec 2.7. As you see, John Momeyer making his way down turn number 5. Got a decent sized lead over Vivek Hazari, who really hasn't shown himself too much, but on the track, at least, it looks like Momeyer is going to come away with the win. As you see the gap, that is a big, big gap. So either Hazari's saving something for later, or there's a problem with the 152. He'll have some time. As a little bit of dust getting picked up off that final corner. No harm as drivers are trying to avoid it. Do we have a car off? No car off. They're just trying to avoid the dust, which, yeah, nothing wrong with that. As the checkered flag falls on Momeyer, he is your Spec 2.7 winner. You also have battle for GT7. That, I believe, though, has been cited between Ted Fretch and Randy Bergram. GT5, Aspasia Zouris with the win there over Jane Scarcello. So there's your final running order for Spec Boxer. You see Rob Walker, Nigel Maymet, and Chris McDuff rounding out your podium, with Ryan Moore and Nick Killarney in your top 5. Ted Fretch over Randy Bergram. It was about 2 seconds, so great race between the two of them. And then take a look at GT5, where we see Aspasia Zouris and Jane Scarcello rounding out your finishing order there. So lots of close racing in Spec Boxster, and we'll have our podium ceremonies here. Of course, Spec 2.7 we mentioned is the president, John Momeyer, ahead of Vivek Hazari as the cars are coming down pit road. They'll make their way into the paddock. We'll have the podium ceremonies here just a little bit as the drivers will get out, got to cool off. So what we're going to do, we're going to step aside for just a little bit. Come back, we'll have the podium. So what you're seeing right now is everybody getting out of their cars, and we are going to step aside for the sights and sounds of Impound and the podium.
difficult to pass the spot. Yeah. Or there. Yeah. The middle is very difficult. This is actually
How was it?
It was good. It was clean. The first time I saw it, so that's like nothing really to report, which is I don't know if that's what people want to see. But from our standpoint, you're smart. I think they want to see some carnage. Stop looking at it.
Yeah.
You don't have to put duct tape on the car for the next race.
It's a good thing.
And I'm like, stop thinking about the fucking tire. I can drive.
Portraits.
Yeah, we met at the Yeah, no, I mean, you know, yeah, you got to be on your best behavior a little bit. I'll be the only one clapping. Audience of one.
Let's not selfie this. Selfie fell off last time. So that's my joke. Selfie Kylo. That's funny. Is it just two? Just two of us?
All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's get another 3, 2, 1. Nice.
Yay!
3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Camaraderie. We love it. We love the camaraderie. Yeah.
How about GG5?
Wait, we were GT5. Oh, GT7. Sorry. Okay, you scared me. I was like, we left our buddies out. We know. It's all cool. We're not waiting for you.
Monster! 1, 2, 3!
Oh, yeah, you're gonna make it.
All right, gentlemen. Hold them up high. And
Wait.
3, 2, 1.
Wait, as a girl, are you sure you want that on your head, in your picture?
No, that's
All
true.
right,
That's
I'm
true.
sorry. I'm sorry.
That's true. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Good enough. I just couldn't have that. It would be like,
Good eye. Thank you.
that's covering his brain opening. You know, like, I don't know. Well, I'm glad you protected yourself. How are you doing? I got to talk to you about birds and flowers. It's nice up there, right? I have to watch my kids now. That was fun.
All right, guys. Let's hold them up high. 3, 2, 1. Nice. Another.
Yeah, but so I have water blinds.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate you, gentlemen.
Where's Shelby? I wonder if I'm supposed to fall. Like,
Oh, yeah.
like every time he gets off the road, he falls.
They just said no selfie.
Okay.
So that does it for the first race of the weekend. Coming up after the lunch break at 1 o'clock Pacific, we'll have the Cup Racing qualifying. It'll be the red group, split qualifying at 1 o'clock. See you then.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it, just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive.
Willow Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100+ miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, it's really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, you know, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend. You go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it. They just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you got.
Willow Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today, yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling, so we were going down the main straight at 100+ miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, it's really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group, and we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
It's time to qualify for the red group as the ground pounders get set for their first qualifying session of the weekend, first qualifying session of the day. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Scott. We'll have the qualifying session here in just a little bit, and then race one will be later on this afternoon for the red group with the orange group for their second race. 1 minute left to go before we send out these cars. If you are unfamiliar with the red group, at GT2, GT3 spec 991.2, so a bunch of 991s, 992s out there running amongst each other with different kind of classes. You also have a 997, I see at least one or two of those out there, but either way, it's going to be a lot of cup-like cars as we get set here at Willow Springs, and cars are on course. That's Dwayne Selby in the 7 who makes his way onto the circuit. He'll be the first one to come across the line. And the 76 of Nathan Johnson. Johnson is joining us for the first time this season. As you see the cars making their way from the grid onto the circuit. And of course, these drivers slowly making their way through turn number 1. It's been a while since we've had a good head-on shot coming down the start-finish straight, so I'm excited to bring that to you here. This is a split qualifying. So the cars you will see here in this session. Yep. They don't get the grid for the Don't get the grid here for this. So either way, you'll have the looks like a bunch of your 991.2s and your GT2s with Jim Salzer, your only GT3 competitor on the circuit. So looking at my screen, I've got Dwayne Selby, Nathan Johnson, Evan Benade, Eric Olbers, Garrett Wesseling, Mike Monsalve, Anna Pernescu, Blair Boyce, James Williams, Thomas Stone. Those are your 991.2 cars. You got a couple of 991.2 still yet to be released. And then you've got Paul Barnes in GT2, Roland Schmidt, and Jim Salzer. Times will be starting in earnest. You just saw Eric Olbers, your Westling, coming across the line now as Mike Monsalve is coming down. Monsalve basically coming off a couple of firsts. He did not make it through tech in the second race at Chuck Wallace, so that brought... So he falls down in the order. See if Monsalve can come across the line as Anna Pernescu with a pair of seconds. So great showing from her. Just trying to break into that top step of the podium. Could this be the weekend? Anna finds that extra gear and makes her way up to the top. She's been pretty racy the past couple of race weekends, so would not be surprised to see that. Of course, 991.2s, you only see them out there for one hot lap, maybe two, and then they'll bring it in because they too have to save their tires throughout the weekend. But the good news is they don't have 3 races, they just have 2 they have to worry about. We'll see what GT2 cars come out. Half the GT2 field out there. Nathan Johnson to the top, 20.135 as Dwayne Selby currently second. Mike Monsalve trying to find a little bit of speed, about a second off the pace right now. But again, this is the first flyer lap. Usually Monsalve is good after the second one. However, Anna Pernescu about second behind with a 22.126. Benade with a 22.341. So little tight there for, we'll call that fourth on back. You got about a second between fourth to seventh for Spec 991.2 in GT3. Jim Salzer with the fastest time there with a 23.627. Paul Barnes 26.466. The 24 cars entering into the field. Scott Matz now coming down onto pit road. We'll see what he can do in his number 706. And first race weekend for the Matz pair is son Scott, father Donald racing together for the first time. Scott says he flies in from Pennsylvania to race with his dad at as many events as possible. So good to see at least there's that going on. As more times are coming into the across the line, Nathan Johnson breaks into the 19s, 972 out of the number 76. Dwayne Selby with a does not better his time. Monsalve does, but still sitting back there in third position right now. So see what Monsalve can do here at the end. Of course, we saw what happened in qualifying earlier today for the Orange Group, where Rob Walker didn't get the pole, but he's still able to get the lead. So not too frightening there for the number 87, as he will work his way right now from the third spot. The 87 ProAudioland.com on Monsalve Motorsports 991.2. As you see the cars making their way all through the back part of the circuit, working their way through 6, 7, and 8, and now through the right-handed sweeper of turn number 9. And there you go. You start to see the 991.2s decide to come into the pits, save those tires for the races that we have coming up. A smart move. Get one, maybe two fast laps as you can, and get out there and see what you can do for the rest of the race. Ada Brodesky right now fourth fastest with a 22.076. 1 second behind Dwayne Selby. Monsalve with a 20.2024. Almost pipping Nathan Johnson there. As you see Monsalve coming around through turn number 5. Eric Olber's now to fourth with a 22.008 seconds faster than Ada Brodesky, who sits in 5th place right now. The 13 cars across the line. Johnson, the time to beat with a 19.972. And you see how close it is between Johnson and Monsalve. It's about a 1/10 of a second separating the two of them. We'll call that less than that. A 0.052 separates Monsalve from Johnson. You've got Dwayne Selby sitting back there in third place. So second separates your top three in 991.2. Provisionally, Jim Salzer, your fastest in GT3 with a 23.627. GT2, Roland Schmidt with a 25.801, and that number 31. The rest of the field getting ready for their qualifying, which will be set here any minute now. It is a 30-minute session, but it is split qualifying as the field working there, those left on the circuit, I should say, making their way out of turn number 5 through the back portion of the circuit. And we will see what the field has. Drivers we haven't mentioned, Williams with a 26.716, Paul Barnes 26.466, I should say. And let's see here. There's one more up high and coming into the pit. So I think that's everybody here in the first half of the red group qualifying. And second half will be released in just mere moments. We haven't seen drivers such as Greg Gorski. He hasn't gone out yet. Mick Janaszak has not presented himself. And of course, also the big one right there, the 70 of Brett Gaviglio. Let's see what he does here in this qualifying session if he comes across the line. And a lot to play for here, as this is only the 4th race weekend of the season. Scott Matz will be part of that second qualifying group. Windy day here at Button Willow, and there's one more that's going to be coming down the straightaway and decides, nope, going to come right into the pit. So 13 cars have presented themselves for time as we have a couple of new drivers this weekend. One of those is Osei Apiage, which mentioned that is one of the drivers who is doing the double this weekend, running GT3 in the wheel-to-wheel portion, but also running in time trials. So Osei presenting themselves for this grid session, and we'll see them roll off the grid here in mere moments as qualifying winds down. Again, it's a 15-minute split qualifying session. Our eyes are on the grid as let's see what else. Who else do we have that should be starting? Eric Olbers. I know that he had a DNS in race 2 at Spring Mountain. All the activity going on there in the paddock. Of course, we also want to thank all of our sponsors for their support of this fine racing coverage that we have here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel. We'll have a little bit of a break, and then we head off to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, as the crown jewel of the Porsche Owners Club. Will take place there up in Salinas, California. I can't wait to watch cars squirrel their way down the corkscrew, as now cars are on course for their qualifying session. Starting to see some, you see the 70 of Gaviglio will be leading the field out for this qualifying session. John Heldman, Phil Town will also be a part of this with Paul Wren in tow. And there is the 70 EACR DBTW Porsche Cup car of Brett Gaviglio. Let's see who else is coming down. You've got Mick Janaszek Jr., Kelly AAA, also Jim Steedman, Rich Gildersleeve. We saw how good that he was last time out at Chuckwalla before he fell off just a little bit, but I'm gonna be seeing if he can repeat his success here at Willow Springs. Of course, Jim Steedman running the number 14 Navcon Engineering 1979 Porsche 911 in the GT3 class. Love seeing the vintage Porsches still being used for what they are. Of course, I'm looking at Rich Gildersleeve now. Originally, Rich's class was a GT2, but it also looks like that he is now in the Spec 982. So we'll see how that plays out throughout the rest of the weekend as cars come down the course for their first flying lap. Heldman ahead of Phil Town in his GT3. Saw Paul Wren go by as well. Let's so So far, 23 cars have come across the stripe. The only one we're missing that goes against our timing charts, I believe, at 7:07 of Don Mantz. I don't think that he will present for qualifying or the race. We'll see what happens here as the day continues. And first flying laps will be complete here in just a little bit. We'll see if anybody can beat Nathan Johnson's fast time of a 19.972 as they come around the final corner. Of course, no spec 991.2s to try and beat that. Gaviglio goes to the top of GT3 automatically with a 22.468. Paul Wren trying to close in as well, but a 23.326 is the best that he can do. Phil Town comes across the line with a 24.290. Let's see who else got. Matz comes across the line with a 26.884. Piaggi across the line now warmed up at a 51 as you saw them coming across the turn 9. They've got Janaszak in tow, and Piaggi with a 27.379. Kelly Tripoli with a 31.429, and Steedman with a 33.034, but still nobody beating the best time thus far of Johnson with a 19.972. Hang on to it, Steedman, as he goes a little wide, lets a couple of cars go past up and around turn number 4, has no harm, no foul. Steedman actually came across the line last time by with a 33.034, so we'll see how that plays out here as Steedman trying to get a fast lap in that 1979 911. See, Steven, I'd imagine is probably going to try and get a cleaner lap this time by. There is the Cayman to Phil Town, the 948. 25.664 last time, not able to beat the 24.290. As Gaviglio gets a 22.468, stays in 8th place overall, but tops in GT3. Heldman with a 23.286 in GT2. Paul Wren right now second in GT3. Big gap between he and Roland Schmidt. Let's see, Piaggi with a 26.433. That's pretty good for a quick showing there out of the 824. And a lot of the drivers out there for this session going for their fast time so far. Monsalve still staying front row alongside Johnson. I was actually looking at Gaviglio as he is yet to cross the line. I think he's probably going to call it a session. No surprise there, as trying to save tires throughout the weekend. That's the big story there. Piaggi, though, keeps improving. 14th quickest. That is 3rd quickest in GT3. With, I'm sorry, 5th quickest, I should say, with a 24.654. It's a tight gap there from 2nd on down to 5th. So the battle for the podium in GT3 is going to be absolutely on fire later on this afternoon here at Willow Springs. Of course, that takes the release from grid at 3:20. So a little bit of time between qualifying and the race. as the couple cars still out there for qualifying. Looks like Phil Town's going to go back out and try and make another lap happen at 24.290 out of the 9:48. Let's see what Steeman does. A 29.210, so good lap out of the number 14 Navcon Engineering 911 of Jim Steedman as he improves his time in GT3. Leapfrog AAA, who have 29.89. Mick Janaszek Jr. is 23rd, 4 seconds back. Let's see if Janaszek has any more speed in that. Actually, things have changed. As Janaszek goes up to 20th overall, 26.708. So Janaszek finding some time in that 9:39 Vision Motorsports Porsche GT4. So great to see that on the field. And the full field basically 9 seconds from first all the way over to 23rd. So very competitive, though. Everybody's going to have somebody to race with. But what I'm interested in is that battle for the podium in GT3, because it's about, if I do my math quickly, it's about a second separating all those drivers. And whatever Town tried to find it, Janaszek tried to find, couldn't find it. But here comes see what Gildersleeve can do as he comes across the line. Best time for him, 26.643. Does not better his time, 27.615 is his best time so far. Or Steedman back to 29.210, decided, you know what, that's it. That does it. We're going to call that a session. Rich Gildersleeve right now running competitive lap times, 26.643, his fastest, running in spec 9.82. Love that livery there in the 307s. Comes down from turn number 5. And it looks like that he is the only car that is left out on track. So he's either A, going to pit, or B, he's just going to stay up for the checker flag. Why not? You get paid for the whole track. You might as well use the whole track time. Now turn 8 coming around, turn number 9. And it looks like Gildersleeve is not at speed so far. Let's see if he decides to make the left into the pits. And indeed he does. And on this windy Saturday here at Willow Springs, he's going to call time. The 0.052 seconds separates your front row of Nathan Johnson over Mike Monsalve. How rare is it that Monsalve is not on the pole? We'll find out here in a bit. Provisionally, row 2 will be Dwayne Selby in the 7, and Eric Olbers in the 0. You take a look at GT3. Brett Gaviglio and Paul Wren will be your front row there. John Heldman, your fastest at GT2 with a 23.286. And let's see here. That basically does it for the field. I mean, obviously you got spec 982 with Rich Gildersleeve with a 26.643. So great showing, great qualifying throughout the today. And of course, we will have racing for them a little bit later on. 3:20 Pacific time will be that time. But until then, we're going to take a quick break. Coming up at about 2:30 Pacific will be the second orange race for 12 laps here at Willow Springs. See you in a bit.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it, just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive. I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Porsche's just took a concept and they just continually refined it, just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive. I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race, and I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group, and we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Time for the second race of the day, not only for Porsche Owners Club, but for the Orange Group, as the Spec Boxster, Spec 2.7, GT5 and 7 get out there on the course for their second and final race of the day. It's a 12-lap jaunt around Willow Springs. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Scott. Great to have you with us for this weekend here on the Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel. We saw an interesting race here earlier on with several winners, a couple interesting battles throughout the field. And we'll have the grid here momentarily, but you take a look at the grid right now, and it's basically full of the same faces that we saw earlier on today. Of course, you see the 318, Branimir Kovac, who's backing into his spot. He had a lap 2 incident where he ended up just calling time on that race, deciding that the second race is probably going to be a little bit more beneficial to him than the first race in that 318. And we'll see what he can do here, as he's going to have to come from the back of the Spec Boxster class. And you see lots of great, there's John Momeyer, lots of great positions for some of these drivers. Momeyer will be rolling off from the pole again after a win, a provisional win, I should say, in the last round. There is one of the two GT5s, in Scarcello, parking next to Aspasia Zoris, who took the win in race number 1 today. Of course, we have to mention the elephant in the room you see over there in the distance. That is a a wildfire, and we are keeping an eye on it. But we're so far so good. Like fire on the is on the track with the battles that we've been seeing all up and down the field. Time trials out there on the circuit. Mark Berry right now at the fastest time of the session with a 27.790 in GT1. Grant Graber in the 631 with a 28.014 in modified 2. And yeah, it is still pretty windy out there in the desert. So any wheel that goes off, it's just going to bring a whole bunch of dirt onto the surface. So we'll see how that plays out as you see the grid being walked up and down to show some of the cars that are out there. We got a handful of cars left on the in the paddock that need to head to the grid. So we'll get those sorted out, and then we will get started with race number 2 of the day. Sounds like that the time trial session may be over, so we'll get these cars into the paddock and we will get going for race number 2. Again, it's going to be 12 laps on the circuit here at Willow Springs. And looking at a lot of the cars, there's the 228 of Larry Haas. You see the 777 there on the circuit, also the 227 of Nick Hilani. You have the 209 of Alex Maslov. Here is the 732. That's Chris McDuff. A great showing out of him. There's Murray Wonderly. You got the 917 of Ryan Moore. And look who's showing up for race number 2. It's Rob Walker. Of course, Walker being the only one out of the Rob Walker Racing stable, as his teammates, 5 minutes have been given to the grid. His teammates have decided to take the weekend off, so we'll see if he can make it 2 for 2. If you remember, he qualified second on the grid for race number 1, and the drop of the green flag, he just he basically took maidment for a run in turn number 1 and never looked back. It was a very commanding win out of the Herbie Lovebug paint scheme number 53. Of course, as we said earlier as well, he had Aspasia Zouris with the win in GT5. You take a look at GT7, Ted Fretch over Randy Bergram. And of course, John Momeyer ahead of Vivek Hazari. Of course, that is all provisional. We'll see if that gets looped around here at some point. But nonetheless, we are just about set to get started for this second race of the day and of the orange group. As you see, the time trial cars are coming out onto the circuit, missing at least one car. I think I did see Mike Porteous back there as well, so we'll see what he can do. Great showing from him so far. Second best finish of the season with a 13th, and indeed he's going to be in the 170. We'll see what shows up on timing here, but Mike Porteous has 2 numbers, the 918 and the 170. And we'll see. He's probably to switch cars. That's why he's waiting for the field to go by. You see the 944s in the GT7s. GT5 battles can be absolutely fantastic, and then we'll have a split grid here as the field works their way through their one and only pace lap for the 12 laps of action here at Willow Springs International Raceway. Of course, we'll have a quick summer break and we'll run off to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, the Andretti hairpin, all the fun stuff, including the corkscrew. July 31st to August 2nd, log on to PorscheClub.com for more information and come out and join us. All right, the field's working underway. Let's take a look at the starting grid for today's race as we've got 12 more laps of action in and around the circuit. You got Phil, actually that's going to be row 1, not showing that right, but either way, row 1 is going to be, yeah, that's wrong. Oops. It's going to be Rob Walker. He'll be alongside the great Nigel Mainment, and actually Ryan Moore, Nigel Mainment, and Chris McDuff will make up row 2. In row 3, it's Alex Maslow and Nick Killarney. Row 3, the 777 of Byron Allen will be alongside the 228 of Larry Haas. Then you go to row 9, row 5, it's John Krylo and Brian O'Meara. Row 6 is Adam Abrams in the 704 and the 591 of David Gold. Andrew Wayman will be alongside Mike Porteous in the 918. Again, that may change depending on if he had to switch cars. Then you go to row 8, it's Kunal Hinduja and Karen Robinson. Gil Briganti in the 700 and Alicia Ray in the 834 make up row 9. Row 10, Bob Chang and Branimir Kovac. And bringing up the rear in that first wave is Ted Fretch in the 22 and Randy Bergram in the 713. Second wave looks like this as Basia Zuras and Gene Scarcello make up the first row, and John Momeyer and Vivek Hazari make up row 2. Field working their way out of turn number 5. They start to double up on the back straightaway. And again, we are just about set for the first race of second race of the day, I should say, as we are just about set. Just about set to get ready for today's race. Glad to have you with us here for race number 2. Of course, I want to thank our sponsors up above, a lot of them helping out with the coverage for Porsche Owners Club. As you see, John Momeyer and Ryan Moore, Rob Walker, Ryan Moore. I think John Momeyer, our president, making things possible here. Rob Walker, Ryan Moore making their way around turn number 8. Now they'll set themselves up for turn number 9 as they come around. They will see the double yellow flags. Look at how hard that corner marshal is holding those flags. It is very, very windy here at Willow Springs. I know this time of year it's really windy normally, but at the same time, it's just one of those things. We'll see what happens here as we work our way around. Now the pace car coming around as I should say the field working their way around. But let's see what Rob Walker can do, or if Ryan Moore has anything for the wily veteran. Down the front straightaway they come, 12 laps of action as they're coming down the straightaway. Green flag will come out just momentarily. You see the starter waiting, and the field is itching, starting to pick up speed. Green flag is out. 2, 3, 4 wide at the front as see a lot of great battles here. Killarney trying to go from 6 to the front, but he's not going to be able to. Here's the thing, though, this time Ryan Moore, he's holding tight with Rob Walker as they work their way through turn number 1 for the first time at speed, but will Walker be able to shake off the Moore, Maidment, and McDuff battle as they come around turn number 2? Let's see how they look off that turn. And Rob Walker able to get out there and get a 2 to 3 car length lead over Nigel Mainment, who's made his way up to second place. You see Ryan Moore sitting back there in third, McDuff in 4th place, and things are jostling around near the back as well, but no harm, no foul. The second wave coming down the straightaway. You see that off turn 3. Green flag is out for that, so we'll cover that throughout the race, but the Spec Boxsters making their way around. There's the GT7s as well. A decent sized gap for that second wave. However, the difference between this last race and this race is Maidment is trying to close in even closer on Rob Walker. So we'll see if he can do that, but he's also got Ryan Moore behind him as they come up over the ridge of turn number 5, now set themselves up for the backside of the circuit. I've got to say, this looks like McDuff might be in 3rd place. We'll get confirmation of that through timing and scoring in just a little while, but it's still Rob Walker. Yeah, we knew that this was going to happen. We knew he was going to be in the lead, and actually it's going to be Rob Walker, Nigel Maidment, and Ryan Moore, 1, 2, 3. Chris McDuff sitting there in 4th place, and Nick Killarney goes 1 spot up from his grid spot to run in 5th place. 0.6 of a second separate Walker from Maidment for the time being, as you see some battles near the back of the pack as well, as they're trying to jostle for position. For the most part, though, single file, even keel up and down the Spec Boxster field. And Walker trying to walk away from the lead, but he's having some problems shaking off that Maidment Moore battle, which they're not really battling. They're 2 and 3, nose to tail. Up and around turn 4. You're seeing lots of great battles in spite of all the windiness that's going on here at Willow Springs. And now they make the run all the way down the back straightaway. We'll see them come down once again. And Walker's opening up a little bit bigger of a gap throughout field, but he's not walking away as much as he did last time. So that's kind of interesting to say the least, as the field working their way around turn number 8. Walker last time by was about 9/10 of a second off of Maidment, and we'll see how far away he is this time. And he was about 2 seconds after the first lap. This time by, that gap has it has grown, to say the least, because Walker with a 31.992. All you can do is left. Yeah, 2.3 seconds this time by. By this time, it basically turned into a 4 or 5 second lead. 3 wide for position near the back of the pack, and that is actually 4 with Kovac and Duja. I think that's going to be Krylo as well, so that's for 13th back there. Kovac having a much better showing so far. We know he ended his race around now, coming around turn number 2, but let's see if we can see, that 3, you can't go 3 wide into turn 1, and they decide discretion is the better part of valor. Of course, they're trying to catch up to Mike Porteous for position. So Kovac still ahead of Hinduja and Krylo for position, but man, once again, it's another Rob Walker clinic as he works through turn number 5. And this battle for second place is giving Chris McDuff a chance to close in ever so slightly. But Killarney now going to have to deal with Maslov and Haas here in just a little bit as well. And of course, no Murray Wonderly and no Chris Carnevale as well. So it's basically a one-man Rob Walker show so far, as the field working their way around turn number 9 once again. And they'll come down the straightaway at speed. They've getting out. Maidment and Moore have gapped McDuff just a little bit, but Killarney tried to shake off Maslov and Haas as Haas tries to look to the inside of the 209. Let's see what he does here down the straightaway. They're going to be side by side, and Killarney, he's going to like that, but he won't like it too much if Haas gets a full head of steam and tries to go the inside of Killarney, and that's what he's going to try and do here. Of course, back there, you've got that almost 3 wide battle once again with Kovac, Krylo, and Hinduja. And they're going to go 3 wide once again into turn number 1. We'll see how that ends up in just a little bit, but I'm interested to see how Haas and Maslov are getting about, as Killarney able to shake those two behind him, keep them behind him for the time being. You see Maslov, actually Haas ahead of Maslov, and this battle for second also heats up between Maidment and Moore. And Moore's gotten around Maidment for the time being. Not sure where that happened, but still, that's given McDuff a little bit of breathing room, I should say, a little bit of fresh air to try and get to a new competitor to get around him. Now down the back straightaway they come. It's about 10 car lengths separating Walker and the Maidment Moore McDuff battle. Actually, we're going to call that the Moore train. And you got to go back just a little bit more to Killarney, who leads Haas and Maslov for position. But Byron Allen, that 777, he's starting to pick up a little bit of time as he's closing in on that battle. And down the front straightaway they come once again, as they're still, here comes Haas as he tries to go around the inside of Killarney. He does for the time being, so move Haas up to 5th place. A good showing out of the 228, as let's see what his best finish so far this season is a 5th place in the second race at Chuckwalla. So that's not too bad, to say the least. But Karen Robinson also having to hold off somebody for a position. That's going to be Alicia Ray. Ray in the 834 looking at the 17th right now out of Karen Robinson. And we got a car off coming off of turn number 9. If we can You can see it, but yeah, there's a waving yellow. Oh, they're deep into the woods. That looks like, I'm not sure which one, but will stay waving yellow for the first time. I think that's going to be, might be Zorus, because Zorus has not come by in quite some time. We'll get a check here once we get through timing and scoring. But Walker coming across the line once again with a commanding lead over Moore and Maidment. That Moore Maidment McDuff battle is really looking nice and tight around turn number 1. As you see right now, I'm thinking Kilawani's having some sort of issues because he's now fallen back all the way to 7th, maybe even 8th. You saw Byron Allen go along the inside, so Allen might be working his way up to 7th place. Let's Kilawani saving some equipment. Some sort of equipment for tomorrow's race. And yeah, Allen has gotten around. So here's what's interesting. You have Rob Walker, who obviously has a really good lead, but he's 2.5 seconds ahead of Moore, Maidment, and McDuff. He really cannot get these guys by, and that's actually going to be Carl Vandershoot, who is Carl Vandershoot, who has been, and yeah, we are going to stop this session. We'll talk about that in a second. So Vander shoots our car off there in turn number 9. So we are going to shut this race down for just a little bit for the incident involving the 960. Also, Ted Fretch is 1 lap down. Not sure if he is involved at this time, but cars going to be coming down pit road here in just a little bit. Now, what it means for black flag all is just like a red flag in professional racing, where all cars are going to come down into the pits. We'll stop this race at 7 laps to go, and we'll kind of sort things out and see where we're going to be. But a little bit of an interesting situation here, as this is the first race stoppage that we have had all season long. Let's take a look at the running order real quick, as Rob Walker is your leader, and the drivers that this is really going to help are Ryan Moore, Nigel Maidment, Chris McDuff. Those 3 were closing in on your race leader, and I think they're going to probably give it here to Rob Walker. So we'll see how that ends up. 5th place, Larry Haas, Alex Maslow in 6th, Nick Kilawani in 7th, Byron Allen sits in 8th, and Adam Abrams 9th, and Andrew Wayman rounding out your top 10 in Spec Boxster and overall. That's an 682 of John Krylo. Brian O'Meara sits in 12th, 13th, Branimir Kovac. Kovac with a much better showing than he had last time. Then it's Hunal Hintuja, Mike Porteous, David Gold, Kieran Robinson, Alicia Ray, Bob Chang, Gil Briganti rounding out your top 20. You got to go to 21st for Aspasia Zuris and Jane Scarcello. That is 22nd, 23rd, Randy Bergram, your GT7 leader. And John Bomeyer sits as your Spec 2.7 leader ahead of Vivek Azari, who that's a close battle. When we go back to racing, we'll take a look at that one too. Ted Fretch rounds out your cars, still running at this time. We're going to take a quick break while we get things sorted, but the race has been stopped for the time being for the incident involving the 960 of Carl Vandershoot. As you can see, we have a clear pit road now, and from what we are hearing, this race is essentially postponed. So one of two things could happen. We could restart completely tomorrow, have two races, or we will pick up where we left off for the incident involving Carl van der Schoot, and we'll go from there. So we're going to step aside for just a little bit, get ready for the red race here in about, I would say 20 minutes or so, depending on how long the recovery takes for the 960. See you in just a little bit.
Porsche just took a concept and they just continually refined it, just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive.
Willow Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100 plus miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, it's really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Porsche's just took a concept and they just continually refined it, just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream.
They continually evolve and refine, and it shows in the cars that you drive.
Willow Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100+ miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, it's really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.
Well, you see the cars are coming off the grid, so let's go right to the starting lineup for today's race, the first Red Group race of the weekend. And starting on pole is Nathan Johnson. He'll be alongside Mike Monsalve, and there'll be an interesting battle between them two. Row 2 is going to be Dwayne Selby and Eric Olbers. Those two were firing off pretty high than what we're used to. Row 3 is Anna Prodescu and Garrett Wesseling. And then you take a look at row 4, Eben Benade and Blair Boyce will be alongside each other. On row 5, it's John Heldman and Thomas Stone. You take a look at row 6. We'll bring up Roland Schmidt and Osei Apiagi, who will make his roll-off start from the season there. Row 7, Paul Barnes starts off further back than he'd like. He'll be alongside Rich Gildersleeve in that row, and then Mike Williams will fire off row 1. Second wave will be Brett Gaviglio and Paul Wren. So Gaviglio will start off 16th, 17th to Paul Wren. Then you've got Jim Salzer and Phil Town will be alongside each other for the next row. Mick Janashek and Kelly Triboulet will make up the next row, with Scott Matz and Jim Steedman making their first starts of the season through the field. So we will see the cars make their way down and get set here as that's the second wave right there. That's a Gaviglio Wren wave as they work their way off of turn number 5. And it's still pretty windy there. We did find out that the driver of the race-ending incident from today is A-OK, so that's good news there. So now we can focus on racing. It's Nathan Johnson and Mike Monsalve leading the field coming around. It's going to be all spec 991.2s with a couple of GT2s mixed in the field as well. Glad to have you back with us here on Porsche Owners Club YouTube channel. My name's Jeremy Scott. Thanks for joining us. Field coming down the straightaway, eyes on the starter, and we are green. There's a whole bunch of 992s, 991s, I should say, come up to speed pretty quickly through turn number 1. You see how windy it is. It's just very shaky. We'll get a view of them coming through turn 3 here shortly. But either way, Monsalve gets the nose out front through turn number 1. We'll see if Johnson has anything to say about that as they work their way through turn number 2. And indeed, it's still Monsalve, Johnson, and Olbers. As Olbers, I should say, it's actually Dwayne Selby making his way into third place. So Selby is doing quite well so far as he's going to go side by side with Johnson. Johnson's going to shove him way up in that high line through turn number 3. Green flag is out for the second wave. We'll talk about that in a second. We're watching this battle for second place as Johnson gets that back in turn number 5 and goes single file. So far, so good as the rest of the field starts to go wave through. Paul Wren and Brett Viglio were on the front row for that last wave, but it looks like Wren got the better start as they are coming down the back straightaway-ish around turn number 8. Now they'll set themselves up for turn number 9 for the first time at speed. And it's going to be Mike Monsalve up front ahead of Nathan Johnson and Dwayne Selby. Olbers falling back into the clutches. I should say he fell back into the clutches further because Prodescu looks like the she's up there as well. And according to time, it's Monsalve, Johnson, Selby, Olbers, and Benade, your top 5. Wesley, Prodescu, Boyce, Stone, and Hellman round out your top 10 overall. Hellman, right now, your GT2 leader. But Abiaggi in the number 824 closing in on that lead. If Osei can get a good run, that's going to be quite interesting. You're on board right now with one of the, that's actually going to be Nathan Johnson sitting back there in second place. As you see how these two, a little bit of tap of the brakes there, going down into the run through the 5, 6, 7 complex. He's holding tight on Monsalve. That's something that is not easily attained. Monsalve taking a defensive line going into turn number 8, which is a little odd, but either way, it's going to be an interesting race, and that tells me that Monsalve knows that Johnson, he can't shake away Johnson that much, though. Look at how good he is through the 8-9 complex as Johnson, though, gets back on under the rear wing of Monsalve heading through turn number 1. Let's listen in a little bit. You saw that right there as Johnson gets the lead back. We'll see how long he takes it. You take a look at the mirror, and Monsalve, he's fallen back just a little bit. So for the time being, Nathan Johnson, your pole sitter, back up to the point. That's giving Dwayne Selby a chance to close in. And Selby, I'll tell you what, he got shot out of a cannon. Look at how good that he has been so far this race, as he is knocking at the door of second place on Mike Monsalve. And that's not something that Mike wants. He doesn't want to lose 2 spots in basically one lap, but he is trying to close in again on Nathan Johnson. That was a fantastic pass right there. And it just goes to show if you can plan it and keep it there, that's going to make things just a little bit easier for you a little bit later on. But Johnson starting to open up that gap and say, so long, see you later, boys. Go back to GT3 right now, as we'll keep an eye on this battle for the class overall lead. But you saw how Gaviglio, he's also one that's having problems shaking some competitors. Let's Let's go on board. Actually, stick with this because look at the battle back there for third between Salzer, Town, and Janaszak Jr. Remember, we were talking in qualifying that right here, these three were part of the five that I thought were going to be very close to one another in terms of battles. Well, I also thought Ren was going to be a part of that too, but Ren is hanging tight right there on Gaviglio as they come across lines. 1.4 seconds last time by. That gap just a little bit longer, but the Salzer Town Janaszak battle, this is absolutely fantastic. It's about a second separating all three of those drivers. And yeah, right now Salzer the head of that train. Let's actually go to let's see what happens here through turn number 2. As you see, Gaviglio opening up a little bit bigger gap through turn number 2, and yeah, that gap growing just a little bit. So let's go on board with Gaviglio as he is quite a distance back to Rich Gildersleeve, and you get to see how tight and how good the 70 is. Of course, he's finished no worse than second place so far this season in GT3 competition. So we'll see look at how beautiful this track is right now with open spaces. Of course, there are also talks to revamp this track as well. They've done stuff to the streets of Willow Springs. They're working on the kart track as we speak. So once that's done, I think they're going to move over to this track, which is, look, it's a beautiful track to begin with, but I think it's going to be even better once they get everything going for it. And let's see if we can look out of the right side of the screen. No, nothing there for any sort of battles. But yeah, this battle between Salzer Town and Janaszak, that's just going to heat up even further throughout. And of course, there's Scott Matz and Jim Steedman. Great to see both of those drivers joining us so far this year. Let's see if we can also catch up with back to the 991.2 battle. We'll watch and see how much bigger Gaviglio has a gap, and this time by it's showing up as 2.1 seconds. So Gaviglio starting to open up the gap. Let's go on board with Nathan Johnson, your leader once again. He's got 1.2 seconds ahead of Mike Monsalve, who, if you look at Monsalve's record so far this season, outside of a DQ in race number 2 at Chuckwalla, he's been doing nothing but staying up there at the point. But for the time being, it's still Nathan Johnson as he is just logging fast lap after fast lap. Last time by a 20.7 out of the number 76 is the first race of the season for Johnson, as he is looking for a win here in competition, going through turn number 3, now setting up for turn number 4. So smooth through that section, and take a look at the steering wheel too. It's not a conventional steering wheel. I can't see the bottom, but I know the top. He has it chopped the top off, and for drivers like him, it seems like it works quite well because you're not muscling around too much. But still, Johnson trying to do what he can to open up a big lead, coming around to complete 6 laps. There'll be 7 laps to go this next time by. And yeah, what a great start for Nathan Johnson in the 76. Back there's the Olbers Benade battle. You see Blair Boyce trying to go around the inside of Anna Pradescu across the line. And now that's going to be outside. So Pradescu's going to have the advantage. But Boyce, nice little shutdown there through turn number 1. Boyce later on the brakes, but Pradescu, she's holding her own through turn number 1. Let's see how she does through turn number 2, as they'll be coming out of 2 here just very, very shortly. And I think that Anna got the better of him. Let's see here. They both have very similar cars. Yeah, Anna getting the better of Blair Boyce for 7th place. And look, like we said, there's going to be great battles. Benatti trying to go around the outside, not going to make anything happen. Pradescu nips off that inside line to Blair Boyce, and she is holding her own so far. Anna with 3 seconds, a 3rd and a 4th so far this season. A 7th, it's not going to seem very good, but look at the way she's racing so far, as now she's closing in on Garrett Wessling for that 6th spot. I've got to say, Anna's been very good so far this year, really putting that 100 Liqui Moly 991.2 Cup car up to its paces. As everybody working their way around, you see the GT3, GT4 wave coming up through turn number 4, but really watching this battle for 6th and 8th place right now. Actually, it's going to be a 3-car battle for 6 here shortly. Let's see if Boyce pops out going into turn number 1 once again. We saw him show a nose. He's still side by side as Anna gives him the outside line, but he decides discretion is the better part of valor. Move Anna Predescu to 7th place as Blair Boyce now has his shot at going up to Garrett Wessling for that 6th spot. There's second. There's third place. Dwayne Selby making his way to third. Olbers falling back into the clutches of Eben Benade. As you see, Anna Predescu trying to do all she can to get around Blair Boyce for that 8th position, and there nose to tail. But Boyce, once he got around Anna, he shot out of there like a cannon. As now they're side by side once again, and Anna's going to try her best to see if she could get a tighter line through 5. Not going to make it happen. Now they'll come down single file through turn number 8. You see them coming around there right now. About 1 to 2 car lengths separate the 80 from the 100. Of course, back there you also have the Hellman Appiaggi battle for GT2 lead. That's also for 10th place overall. Let's see if Blair Boyce does anything here to Wessling. He was about a half a second faster than Wessling this past time by Wessling, the 722 blue Cup car, with Boyce in the white, black, and red Cup car making their way around. Of course, Appiaggi still trying to shake down Hellman. About a second separates the two of those drivers. But Olbers now open up bigger gap between he and Benade, but Wessling now starting to see a bigger and bigger white and black Porsche behind him, and every single ounce of track is now Boyce is on the back bumper of Wessling in the 722 as he dives his way out of turn number 5. Takes a little bit tighter approach he does this time by as they work their way down the back straightaway. And yeah, Wessling he's got to try and defend the best he can. I have a feeling that Boyce is going to be able to make one of those great moves in turn 1 that he tried on Predescu. Of course, Predescu hanging on as well to that back bumper. So what she couldn't get done against Wessling, she might have to wait a couple laps and maybe a position or more later as they work their way around that final corner. Once again, coming out of turn number 9, it's still Wessling, and there we go. Boyce now reeling in Wessling. Let's see if he makes a move to the outside, because Wessling's not going to let him. He's basically never run a nice defensive line going into turn 1, so Wessling will have that position for the time being. It's just going to take another lap. I mean, look, we're working 4 laps to go. Johnson 3.6 seconds ahead of Monsalve. When was the last time we heard somebody ahead of Monsalve on the track? It's been quite a while. Not only that, but just opening up that gap bigger and bigger. Up and around turn 4 they come as Wessling can take a little bit higher line, but Predescu really trying that high line around turn number 4. Didn't work out for her just yet as they're coming up on lap traffic. Oh, got a spinner in the back. Not sure who that is, but somebody testing out the dirt. It is a white Porsche. Might be Salzer in the 10. Hard to see with the shaking camera. Or no, that's actually going to be, I'm sorry, the 23 of Williams, possibly off course. Driver's right coming out of turn number 2. We'll see if he can get back underway, but still 3 laps to go. Nathan Johnson, Mike Monsalve, your leader. And I'm going to go back and retract what I said, because it could be anybody at this time, as we'll wait to see what happens when these cars go by. Somebody falls back just a little bit. Wessling a 1/10 of a second ahead of Boyce and Predescu. As Predescu, she's able to get going once again. Here comes that Cup car coming off of the dirt. There's your leaders. 3rd place. And there we go. So let's go to Johnson real quick. And oh man, I'll tell you what, that was close right there. I thought we were going to see Steedman try and play block here as he's trying to go around. Let's see who that is. It's actually going to be 697. So that's going to be Heldman. Heldman with the spin, and looks like he's just going to limp it right back to the pits because he might have an issue with one of either his car or one of his tires. Looks like the left rear a little lower on the 697. So Heldman, your GT2 leader, goes to Osei Apiagi, who has by the way, a 9-second lead to Paul Barnes. And look at how well Johnson is just slicing and dicing his way through traffic. 2 laps to go, and his big lead is shrunk a little bit. It's now 4.9 seconds back to Monsalve. Dwayne Selby, 2.7 seconds behind him. Then you've got the Benade-Olbers battle, and Benade able to work his way into the 4th position. And let's see here. Thomas Stone still catching up there. Blair Boyce, he's throwing everything at Garrett Wessling, but what an awesome defense by the 722 so far. Those are about the only 2 big battles that we have going on, as Johnson picking his way through traffic, lap traffic, making it very easy for him, I should say, as they do here in the Porsche Owners Club. You know, very respectful racing if you're looking for something to somewhere to race, I should say, here on the West Coast. As Johnson knows he's got a decent size gap behind Monsalve, but he can't give up too much because we know how ruthless and basically how quick Monsalve can be here in the end. Coming down the front straightaway, it'll be the final lap of competition for today for the Porsche Owners Club. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. And they're going to work their way around once again. Battle for position between Wessling and Boyce. Boyce has the inside line through turn number 1. They're leaning on each other. Wessling shuts the door on him. A fantastic pass to the inside there that Wessling had. And here's the thing, this battle for position, it's going to be even tighter because look who's caught up. Could be Monsalve catching up to the back of the traffic, as Selby also back there as well. Oh, that was a nice little move there, as Monsalve trying to get his way around lap traffic, but that's going to be easier said than done. You see Johnson up there slicing and dicing his way through. He's got to work his way through and try and open up a big gap. Now he opens up around the 307 of Rich Gildersleeve, and it's all happening here on the final lap of competition at Willow Springs as they work their way around turn number 8. This has been Nathan Johnson's show today. We're all just living in it as he comes around 8, now sets himself up for turn number 9. He has at least 2 more opportunities to get around traffic. Coming around the final turn, checker flag will be out. Will it be enough to keep away from Monsalve? It might be, it could be, it is. Nathan Johnson, no it isn't! Mike Monsalve gets him at the line! Oh, heartbreak for Nathan Johnson. He had to really work his way around traffic. You saw the expression. Well, that was it. So Monsalve gets another win. Nathan Johnson tried to work his way around traffic and was not able to. 0.152 seconds separates your winner, Monsalve, from your pole sitter, Nathan Johnson. I had a feeling that Johnson was working his way through traffic a little harder than Monsalve. Could it have been because, Monsalve's car is very noticeable here in Porsche Owners Club? That remains to be seen, but heartbreak for Nathan Johnson as he loses it right there at the line. Osei Apiagi, your winner in GT2. Brett Gaviglio, your winner in G3. Here he comes across turn number 9. He'll run down the straightaway, and he will see the checkered flag. Brett Gaviglio, your winner here in GT3, across the line. And of course, Rich Gildersleeve is going to be in this back right here, as he is going to be your Spec 982 winner. Wow. Talk about drama there in the past couple of laps. Monsalve went from being 4 seconds behind in the last lap to 1/10 of a second ahead at the stripe. What is there to say? All right, we're going to step aside and we're going to let this play out, but I'm just speechless at this point. That was absolutely a fantastic race to the finish, and we're going to see what Mike and Nathan have to say to one another here at Willow Springs.
Right here in front of the right here. What do you think it is? Good job, man. It was good as hell, wasn't it? No, not off.
All right, I'm over here. We're going to hang here for just a little bit longer before we sign off for the night, but what a fantastic race that we saw, and I'm just still blown away by the fact that, you know, Mike Monsalve was able to gain 4 seconds. I knew he was good, but geez, working his way through traffic to catch up to and pass Nathan Johnson there in the final corner was absolutely fantastic. And you know, nothing against Johnson, but look, he probably should work his way around. Probably a good lesson to learn. Okay, this is what lap traffic's going to do to me. Osei Apiaje, you saw him talking to our camera, and good race for him. You know, first win, but he had a great battle there near the middle, you know, through the middle part of the race with Jim, you know, with our in the GT3 class. So we'll see what he can do tomorrow. Of course, we got a lot of great racing tomorrow here on the Porsche Owners Club channel, and a lot to do, to say the least, here at Willow Springs. We've yet to find out what the story is going to be for the second orange race. We might do a full restart. We might just restart from where we left off, but a lot has to come into play in the next couple of hours, so stay tuned. Would just check the Porsche Owners Club Facebook page, but for the time being, it looks like, if I'm doing my math correctly, if nothing were to change as it is, of course, we'll find out for you as soon as we know, tomorrow's broadcast will actually start right around, as I scroll down here, oh, we do have an update, actually. Okay, so here's the updated information from the series. Cup race number 2, it sounds like they're going to do a total restart. That will begin at 9:40. And let's actually go back to our roving camera for the podium ceremonies.
I am. I'm having a great time. Are you?
Good. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
All right, boys, let's celebrate. 3, 2, 1. Let's get it. 3, 2, 1. Try go. 3, 2, 1. Go. Nice. Let's hold them up high. Nice. All right. Hey. Yeah, I like it. You gotta do the jump trend. All trying to see confidence stay. Hey, can't fuck with you. That's right.
Sorry, stuck in the gut.
Do it for today's festivities, and I've got to say this: what a great bit of racing action that we've had all day today. As we found out, race 2 will either restart or it will continue on right when we were supposed to start anyway. Tomorrow, 9:30 Pacific time is the start time here on the Porsche Owners Club channel on YouTube. Make sure you tell your friends, tell your family. We got plenty of racing action to take place today. So we'll see exactly how everything plays out. And as we get March ever so closer. Hey, don't forget also that if you are looking for something to do at the end of July, beginning of March, August. Don't want to wait for anything to happen in the beginning of March. You definitely want to sign up for the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca weekend. I've been told it's going to be an absolutely fantastic weekend. So for everybody here at Porsche Owners Club for DriversEye Live, my name is Jeremy Scott. We'll see you tomorrow here from Willow Springs International Raceway at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. Take care, everybody.
Porsche's just took a concept and they just continually refined it and just made it better and better and better.
The engineering from Porsche is unmatched anywhere. I would have never believed that you could drive a car like that.
That brand means racing to me. It always has and it always will. So to come race with a Porsche, it's like a dream. Willow Springs is unique in that it's probably really the fastest track that we do. It has a lot of high-speed corners.
A lot of side-by-side racing.
I was so excited to be out there in the middle of the pack running with some really fast guys. Willow Springs is technical at points and it's unforgiving if you make a mistake. A lot of challenges today. Yesterday even more so because we were racing in the rain.
We had some spots on the track with a lot of water pooling or puddling. So we were going down the main straight at 100+ miles an hour and the wheels, you know, sawing in your hands and the car skittering around.
So you really have to stay focused and stay in the game, mind the traffic, and keep it clean so you can make it to the end.
But most people, if you kind of have to face your fears, if you can get through it, it's really rewarding.
I was 70 years old last year, so I thought, okay, my goal is to build a race car, get my racing license, and race. And I did that.
We have an excellent program to bring you up from start into the race group. And we have excellent, racing. It's hard racing, but fair. It's open to everyone. We'll help you learn, and I guarantee you'll have fun.
It's just so fun to be out here with these racers. You get to know people, you watch the race, you're rooting for your friends, but they're all your friends.
The people here know each other. I mean, you come together to the track for weekend after weekend, you go out to eat together, you laugh after the race, whatever, or cry after the race. But I mean, it is a family.
They want you to be better, and they'll do what they can to help you.
It's not like watching it on TV. It's just different.
It's one of those things, if you've never done it, you owe it to yourself to at least give it a shot.
It's just exciting. Come on out and play with us.